we love Regent. I lied. Regent is my favorite character. I love him so much. I love playing him. I love I love playing Regent so much that I even like losing on Regent. Actually, I don't know if you guys knew this. I enjoy Regent so much that even when I lose, I'm winning. You know. It is still hot in here. We did it. We beat the Shrieker Beetle. Also, I'm sorry about the light for the camera here. I don't want to turn on my room light for a bit. Give me a second. I have 2 minutes on my laundry. Spot for it. That BRB. we're back. Do I have the right game as the... Yeah, I do. Okay. Might just lose. Ugh. And that sucks. I think Sword beat either of the other two elites as well, so we're just kinda unlucky. It happens. Let's take one of these today. Let's do a Niao's Talisman run. I need to call my doctor today. You know, Parry's like the best build around IMO. Obviously it's completely useless right now, but like swords are easy enough to get. You don't have to try too hard. That's my story. Just play it to get it out of the deck. example taken. No, I love Regent. Regent is my favorite character in the game. I think if I could, I would remove all the other characters completely. Only have Regent ever for the entire like lifespan of the game. And then also, like, I guess castrate myself or something. Because, let's be honest, I hate Regent. I am lying. It was all a ruse. I was tricking you. I had you fooled, did I not? You know what happened today that's incredibly stupid? I know, the day just started and I've already got a story about how shitty today is. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning. That's 3 hours ago. Kyla's still streaming at the time that I wake up, right? Or like she's just ending her stream or whatever. I can't go back to sleep, no matter what I try. You know why I can't go back to sleep? Oh, you're gonna love this. The only reason I can't go back to sleep is because every time I closed my eyes, I was thinking about what I was going to do on my World of Warcraft character this afternoon. For context, my World of Warcraft character is a hardcore character, which means they have permadeath. If they die, they're dead, right? Every time I was closing my eyes, I was thinking about this elaborate quest that I'm trying to do tonight after I'm done with my stream. Well, more on that later, but I would close my eyes and I would think about the, like, complicated-ish tech that I have to do in order to do this quest completely solo, and I have to do it solo because everybody on the server fucking quit and moved to Doomhowl. So I'm like the last person on this server, but I don't want to quit until I've at least hit, you know, max level 60. So I'm laying there completely unable to control myself or stop myself from, like, daydreaming with my eyes closed at night in bed. But I'm not sleeping, so it's not dreaming. So I can't help myself but to daydream about what I'm going to be doing on my World of Warcraft character tonight. Except, blessing in disguise. You'll notice it's been 3 hours since then. So at about 5, I say I can't go to sleep. It's not possible. So I just decide to fully get up. That's about when I announce that I'm going to be streaming today. And so I just decide to fully get up. Grab myself an energy drink. I've been taking small sips for the last few hours. Get myself water. I've already refilled it a couple times over the last few hours, and I've just been chilling here and actually doing that quest. So I did it. I didn't die. My hardcore character is still alive, so that's good. And I thought I heard somebody talking to me. Yeah, that's the story. It's a really iconic quest too. It's a warrior class quest where you get this iconic weapon for the, like, mid-level brackets, It's got to be really iconic if it's a mid-level weapon and iconic, you know. But I get it. I get the weapon. And since then I've been smacking enemies, because if you know vanilla Warcraft, you know that when you get a weapon of a weapon type you've never used before, and especially when you're higher level, you just gotta smack low-level mobs that are inconsequential so that you can level up your weapon skill. That is what I've been doing since I woke up. I think we need to level up a parry here. I do lack AoE right now, so fine. All right. I gain a bunch of block. There's the block. Okay, we have a decent run going. It's always brightest flame. we're gonna go for like a mid. Nice. Alright, 67. I like this with the sword because it makes the sword cost 1 for the rest of the game. So we're gonna do this so it gains innate. I'm a bit afraid of taking this path, but sure. See, now it costs 1 forever, which is good because it allows you to do more things per turn, such as I just did. That's fine. I'm gonna do something a little risky. Let's go right for this guy. And it might pay off, honestly. Just need to... do that. I take 6, that's okay. Let's do that. We do that, and then we do that. Yep, perfect. So now we can gain block from the blade, which is ideal. Such as so. Eh, 67. Ooh, bowler hat. I clicked that out of order, hold on. I believe I'm testing this. I think if you take bowler hat and then this, yeah, I gained more than 30 there. So click the bowler hat first. Suppose I can play the second parry. 5 times 2 is 10. You want to break this guy's armor because it makes him not get armor on this turn right here. And you kind of want to burst this guy down if you can afford it, which I think I can. Oh, I definitely can. 67. I keep saying that number today. I don't think we need the brightest flame. I'm a little gung-ho with brightest flame, but we can be a little hesitant today. If this run sucks, I'm gonna cry. I'm not gonna lie, man. Regal Pillow right before the boss is so good. Hello, hello. We Big Bang. We Refine Blade. Oh no, this is, I think, a great run. But the best runs of the day are always the first runs of the day. You know how it goes. bad. Gold is good. I am a fan of gold. Okay. Excuse me. I have chances to play Rolling Boulder. They make the queen easier. I don't want that because of Vambrace. Is there another shop I can go to later? There's two. But it involves a big scary guy. Yeah, I'm taking as many relics as possible. Don't you worry there. Oh, I didn't need to triple my block. Hold on, let's redo that. The Rot and War, Heirloom Hammer, Sovereign Blade, Cosmic Indifference. Yeah, we can take 8 damage. Or 6 damage, my bad. I take 2 here, that sucks, I guess. Okay, so I did that wrong. I need to focus down the middle guy. And I did that wrong. Okay. Things would have to go very, very poorly. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. Do I mind this? I have felt like I need more block, just in general. We go this way. Two strength, two dexterity is good. Please, something that heals. That's fine. We need to keep Regal Pillow. We can obtain a random relic for 100 gold. Actually, I do want to use this, don't I? Oh, I realize how stupid that is in hindsight. I'm gonna redo this because Jackpot is bad in Regent for specifically that reason. I think we can just do like a panache. Yeah, that's much better. It's not quite perfect, but it's good enough. Except, it might just be over. What's the third option? Okay, hear me out. Do that, and then this. This. Trying a different angle. I got them lower. Nice. Okay. We don't need to talk about how scuffed that was, right? Skill potion might be worth keeping for the final boss. We'll find out. We have 700 gold to spend. We need to spend it all. We'll take the miniature tent. We definitely need the lizard tail. We need a potion. I'm thinking a colorless potion. I think we're maybe good. Yeah, we're good. Alright, this is it. Is this still the first run of the day, or is this the second run? We'll do it exactly like that, and we'll take one. And we'll take 12. Boom. 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 Okay. Gather light for the hell of it. This is risky. This is scary. Oh my jeez. Crush under first, then we finesse. Defend, and I think we need to get the other parry down. We have lizard tail, right? $11 times 4. Please put that back in my hand. Okay, 55. I think I die. Okay, so we're at 14 HP on the final, and we just don't have. Okay, let's. I don't want to keep restarting, but like, if there's a chance this run can just be over, I would rather it just be over, you know? What if I did Dying Star instead? Okay, so we're just at 30 for right now. We do that. We do that. Alright. New run. Never tweet this is the run. I learned that yesterday. Because Kyla saw that and... she didn't see that it failed! That I'm never gonna win! Hold on, I need to respond to somebody. League Classic, League Classic, League Classic, League Classic, League Classic, League Classic. I am speaking to a friend about plans for the day. I'm speaking to multiple friends about multiple plans for the day. And also I want to go to the comic shop because I think I'm addicted to comics. Which is new for me. I mean, it's kind of to be expected, because my whole family is a family of nerds going back to my grandma, who I used to play World of Warcraft with growing up. When World of Warcraft Classic first came out, actually, let's play window shop. We'll see. I've been told something that's being currently serialized that I would like, so I was thinking about picking up a few issues of that. It's the Absolute series for DC. I think I'm a Marvel guy. Because even though Batman's my current favorite superhero, Wolverine's picking up on him, and Spider-Man's always been my second, so now Wolverine's my second, so kind of my top three. It's 2 out of 3 Marvel. And I've been told that the Absolute series is good, except... It's going to shock you if you know anything about the, Absolute fandom, I should say. Except that Absolute Batman kind of sucks. Which is interesting because everyone is talking about how cool Absolute Batman is and how he's like built like a tank and whatever. And he's Batman, but if he wasn't rich, but like he, according to the people at the comic shop that I'm friends with, they say he's not, like, it never feels like he's not rich. It never feels, because the whole point of the Absolute series is that what if we take away, like, not the, I think they say the, but it's really just a like fundamental core identity of these DC superheroes in the Justice League and see what happens. So one of them is like Superman. What if Superman was raised on Krypton instead of raised in a farm in Kansas? What if Wonder Woman, I think, was raised in hell or something like that? I don't know Green Arrow's because I haven't read his yet, and that's what I'm actually going for, but I'll talk about that in a second. But Batman's is, what if he was like a blue-collar civil engineer or something like that? He might be a mechanical engineer. What if he was just like a blue-collar dude? He wasn't like a playboy billionaire. He was just a guy, you know? I'm trying to remember the other ones. I think they said like Green Lantern is not, I don't know. But like the whole idea behind the entire series is let's put the entire superhero world of DC into a new context where they don't have all the stuff that like makes them who they are, and see what prevails, which is interesting. But then again, like, you would think, okay, well then Absolute Batman is going to have themes of like he's poor and he really has to like scrap by and make do, but no, he has the same gadgets. He even has a better Batmobile. I think it's like the size of a house. Like, bro, you don't need, apparently you didn't need money at all. Like, you're kind of just capping. So even though everybody online loves the Absolute Batman series, I don't think I am going to, just based on what I've been told and what I know. But I'm gonna go pick up the, I've heard that the the Green Arrow Absolute series is good, so I'm gonna try that one. I've heard the Wonder Woman one where she's raised in hell is good, so I'm gonna try that one. And really, that's about it. That's all I got. And then I was thinking about picking up some more X-Men as well, because I picked up Old Man Logan, and it was good, but the more that I think about it, the more I'm like, Old Man Logan, I picked it up because I wanted a Wolverine-centric comic, and what I feel like I got instead was a, like, Marvel centric, like an entire Marvel Universe centric comic that just so happened to star Wolverine. And I'm not sure I like that. Like, it's good. It's actually really good. They even go to my home state. They have a major scene in my home state that's really cool. But the part that I don't like, now that I know what happens after the Old Man Logan series, is that it's Old Man Logan sets something up. I won't spoil what, but it sets something up, and then, I mean, I guess this is a spoiler, so I do apologize. Old Man Logan sets something up that apparently the like following comics just never follows through with. And I say following comics, but there's like one following comic. But Old Man Logan, the whole point, like, premise, I should say, is that it's set in the near future where all of the superheroes lost. Like, every single one of them lost. The Avengers, the X-Men, the whatever else, right? So the premise of Old Man Logan is already like... Oh, you're cool with spoilers? Okay. So the premise of Old Man Logan is that all the superheroes lost, and it stars Logan and his family, Logan being Wolverine. Logan and his family, and of course Logan's old, he's Old Man Logan. And the world building is that the United States was divvied up between the various supervillains. I think like Red Skull is like the president of the East Coast, and Doctor Doom owns 1/3, and somebody owned the like Rocky Mountains 1/3, but they got overthrown by like the new Kingpin, who's the Daredevil and Spider-Man villain. And Logan lives in California, and California is owned by the Hulk gang because the Hulk turned completely heel. Got into... I'm not going to say the graphic stuff, but he has a lot of kids with one person that he probably shouldn't have children with. And they had a lot of kids. So there's this big Hulk family, and they're basically like a redneck mafia that controls the entire West Coast. And the whole premise is that Logan is approached by Hawkeye, who has a job for him so that he can make money to pay rent for his family. And the job involves taking a sealed up suitcase, getting in the literal Spider-Mobile, and driving all the way to essentially Washington, D.C. I think they renamed it because Red Skull took over, and, you know, he's a Nazi, but... So they drive all the way to Washington, D.C. from California, and it's like looking at the aftermath. Like, most of the comic is dedicated to looking at the aftermath of, like, the heroes lose, what happens. And like I said, a big chunk of that is... first of all, that all the heroes except for Logan are like dead, and Hawkeye and a few others. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Old Man Logan has a really good setup because it's world build. It's all world building. It's setting up the world, and the world is kind of shit, you know? It's literal post-apocalypse. Post-Marvel apocalypse. And they never... At the end of it, so... Turns out the job was supposed to be setting up, like, a new Avengers team with, like, a case of super soldier serum. That never happens. It turns out it was just a setup to weed people out and kill them. So they kill Hawkeye. Oh, no. You said you don't care about spoilers. I'm sorry. If other people do. So Logan gets in the Iron Man suit and flies all the way back. He kills Red Skull. He gets in the Iron Man suit, flies all the way back to California. And then in California, he's too late, right? So the Hulk family killed his family. Oh, it's so sad and devastating. And so he goes on a murder rampage. The entire comic run, he's saying, I'm that's not me anymore. I don't kill anymore. Which is obviously setting up for him to kill again. And at the end, he kills the entire Hulk family, including Banner, Bruce Banner. And then, as sort of like recompense in a way, he takes Bruce Banner's son and raises him as his own. So Bruce's youngest baby son, he starts to like raise as his own, and so it's setting up like a new post-apocalypse Avengers. Again, I'm sorry about spoilers, but you said I don't care about your cool spoilers, so I'm just spoiling it. Sorry. So it's setting up a new Avengers in the post-apocalypse, starring Wolverine and Hulk, and I think they even have or not Hulk, but Baby Hulk, and they even have another character in another comic run that goes after that, and I think it's even called the New Avengers. I'm not sure. I know there's something called the New Avengers, but that might be just something in mainline Marvel. So they start setting up this like idea of new Avengers in the Marvel post-apocalypse, and then I think they like immediately kill Logan and then just end the run. Like they just end the comic series or something like that. Pico might be able to confirm or deny that, because it seems like he's read it. But yeah, like, it's setting up this cool, like, okay, in a bleak and dreary world where the hero's lost, like, how can we salvage this? How can we make the Avengers again? And they just never do. And that kind of peeved me, because I really liked the series as a whole. Even if you know the entire story, like, it is worth a read. I didn't spoil some things, too, so it's still really good. It's kind of like when you know what happens in later chapters of One Piece. And you're like, okay, well, I know, like, such and such thing happens, but I'm not gonna... or that's not gonna affect my enjoyment of the series. I think that's true for the Old Man Logan, and honestly, I read it in, like, an hour. It's not a hard read. The entire comic run. Confirmed, yeah, okay. And I think there's like two alternate ending, or not endings, but two alternate sequels to Old Man Logan too. And like one of them, I think they tied Old Man Logan into the main Marvel storyline, and they like pulled a copy of him from the quote-unquote Old Man Logan verse into the main line, and that's like technically a direct sequel. I'm not a fan of convoluted time travel for the sake of convoluted time travel. I am a fan of time travel stories, but I'm not a fan of just like making it complex for the sake of making it complex, because then it's like the author is trying to show how smart they are and how dumb you are for not getting it. Look at me, I'm so smart. I wrote time travel. Oh, you don't get it? What are you, stupid? You know? And a lot of Marvel time travel stories are like that. If you look in, like, especially in... I love X-Men so much, but if you look in the, like, X-Men various stories, there's a lot of unnecessary convoluted time travel that involves things that shouldn't happen, even in the animated series. Like, am I allowed to spoil an animated series from the 90s? Do people care? Hype Moments and Aura. That's what I figured. I might still pick up Absolute Batman, but again, the problem with Absolute Batman is that, like, it's setting up that he's a blue-collar, just average Joe who decides to be a superhero. And then they just make it so he never runs out of gadgets and he never runs out of bullets. And, like, is this really the blue-collar Batman you promised? Or is this just Batman? So there's a plot line in the 90s series. I think, okay, the plot line is set up and semi-resolved in the first season, so I'm just gonna say it. In the 90s series for X-Men, the animated series, we're talking like the one on Fox Kids, like the X-Men show. Not Wolverine and the X-Men, not X-Men Evolved or what. No, it's X-Men the animated series from the 90s. They have a plot line involving a time traveler from the future whose name is Bishop, I think. Yeah, his name is Bishop. And he's sent back in time to, I think, just kill the X-Men, but like it's not exactly. I mean, it's a kids show, so they're not going to say kill the X-Men, but basically he has to kill the X-Men because apparently they're going to assassinate a political figure, and that's going to lead to a Sentinel apocalypse. The Sentinels being the big robot guys that kill mutants. So the setup is he's sent back in time to kill the X-Men to stop them from inadvertently causing the mutant apocalypse through this. And obviously the X-Men don't, kill people at all. So the fact that he's coming back to stop them from killing someone is like the mystery. And it gets resolved. I'm not going to say how, but it does get resolved. And then the guy goes back to the future. But when he goes back to the future, he finds out the future superficially hasn't changed. He knows that it has changed because when he goes back, like the guy who sent him says, "Did you stop the virus?" He's like, "What do you mean? There wasn't a virus. There was an assassination attempt." And he says, "So that means you are in a new timeline, right?" So they've set up that the way that the time travel works is that there's a deterministic future that can be changed, but if it's ever changed, like you can go back to it, right? So that happens, but then in a future season, they introduce somebody from a different future. So how did... I suppose that means that Bishop erased his future, the mutant apocalypse future, where all the mutants get corralled into internment camps. So that future was just essentially destroyed, and he goes to a new future where there's a plague, right? But then another guy, who I won't say the name of, but another guy comes from the future, and in this future, the villain Apocalypse had taken over. So there are 3 separate distinct timelines, but this one over here is erased, right? Well, then these 2 guys get in a clash where he says, if you win, my timeline gets destroyed, and he says, but if you win, then my timeline gets destroyed. And I'm like, okay, first of all, you both came from separate timelines, and that should mean that they can both exist independently of each other. So this proves the existence of, multiverses instead of timelines. So he's just jumping from one universe to another where it's 50 years earlier. But then going back in time to change the past wouldn't change their multiverse because we're jumping parallel instead of vertical. Because they're placing it like if I stop this assassination, then my timeline is fine. But when he stops the assassination, his timeline changes. Okay, fine, it's a different future that was affected by changing something back here. But then a guy from another timeline comes into here, and these timelines can't exist at the same time up here, down here, except they do, except they don't. So they're like insisting that if they do these things, and the way that it resolves is, because it's a kids show, nobody can die, they say, yeah, both timelines are fine now. I mean, not fine, I think they're both currently, where I'm watching, still apocalypses in their own separate ways, but it's like, okay, so now we're in a situation where there are 2 futures. Which one is the future, or are they both? But if they're both, then how can they both still exist? If you're going to have Bishop and this other guy exist exists at the same time in the present day, then that means that these aren't futures, these are parallel universes that are 50 years later. But then that means that none of this, like, matters. So it's this whole, like, and I think it's just because it was a 90s kids show and they didn't think too hard on it. But then again, I'm pretty damn sure they pulled this straight from the comics. I'm pretty sure this is the Days of Future Past canon. Not the movie. The movie didn't do that at all. In fact, the new movie went back in time. Days of Future Past is a future time. So now I'm like, okay. It's X-Men the Animated Series. But you want to pull in time travel, that's fine. But then you want to, like, completely forget your own time travel rules that you invented. Because if the future is determined, then there can't be multiple future. Like, if going back to change the future changes the future, then there can't be multiple timelines that you can interact with. Oh, and by the way, the whole driving force between the conflict of the two guys from two alternate futures is that Bishop, who already erased a future, he erased the mutant apocalypse future and now lives in the virus future. Bishop is saying, well, if you stop the villain apocalypse future, then my virus future gets erased. But buddy, you already erased a future. You already erased the apocalypse timeline, or like the mutant apocalypse timeline. So now you're in a new timeline, and you're fighting with this guy because he's going to erase your existing timeline. But you had no qualms erasing this timeline. You have qualms. It's kind of like Flashpoint. Except Flashpoint is even more convoluted and stupid. From what I remember, I haven't looked at Flashpoint in a long time. Didn't Flashpoint, like, create the New 52 or, like, end the New 52 and make the new canon? That's what okay, so what I've learned is that if you have no idea what if you have no idea what Marvel and DC are, aside from, like, themes and stuff, they said basically if you want a new universe to be made every 10 years, you go with DC. And if you want the single same universe but with retcons and recontextualizing and whatever else, then you go with Marvel. Because apparently Marvel has had the same characters in story after story for decades, and they only ever change it when they go to alternate universes, whereas DC, like, just resets their main universe frequently, where they had, like, the Golden Age, and then, like, in fact, I want to Google it. What are all of the DC main universes in release order? No. Comic. It's pre-Crisis Universe Earth 1 and Earth 2, the post-Crisis Universe New Earth, and Prime Earth created by New 52. And then the Omniverse, which is literally just Ben 10. Yeah, so it's Earth 2, the Golden Age, Earth 1, the Silver Bronze Age, before being merged into a single timeline by Crisis on Infinite Earths in 1986. Then in 1986, the single unified universe born after Crisis on Infinite Earths up until Flashpoint. Then the Flashpoint bullshit happens in 2011. And then that establishes the New 52 rebirth, or reboot, the DC Rebirth and expanded into the modern Omniverse, which includes the Absolute Universe. This is why I didn't get into comics for a long time, because like I was like, okay, I wanna follow all of this, but you're literally not supposed to. You're supposed to pick up an issue and just enjoy it for what it is. I'm sitting here nerding out about comics, but like, let's be entirely honest here. I've never read anything other than Old Man Logan, a free Batman versus Deadpool that I was given for some event, and like a bunch of manga. I have a bunch of manga on my shelf. I've read about half of it. I've read the entire Comey series. Comey Can't Communicate. I have Pokemon Adventures up until I think the end of Gold and Silver. I have the first 9 volumes of One Piece, but I've never read them because I've watched the show, and it's like, why would I go back and read them? And I also hate how they spell Zoro's name in the English translation, because, get this, they started the English translation of the manga after 4Kids got the dubbing rights, and 4Kids decided on Zolo to avoid copyright infringement on Zoro. Then it turns out that you can't copyright a name that exists in reality. Shocker. So the Funimation dub, did I say Funimation? I meant 4Kids. But now the Funimation dub, the current running dub, didn't care, so they just made him Zoro again. So out of all the things, including the official manga, the only one that has Zoro's correct name in English, the main export language of manga, the only one that has the correct name for Zoro in English is the Funimation dub. And maybe the sub. I'm not sure. Hold on. Does One Piece sub in English say Zoro or Zolo? Let's find that out. Okay. Funimation dub and the Crunchyroll subs, or whatever, whoever does the subtitles. So, fine, fair. But, like, only the English versions of the anime. Not even the English manga. Definitely not the original English dub done by 4Kids. It's the only one. I think we just take this for damage, right? Yeah, we do. I was ranting about this before, but I've been up since 4:30, and currently it's 9. So, 4.5 hours. Because I couldn't sleep. And the reason I couldn't sleep is because every time I laid my head down to go to sleep, and this was like right after Kyla finished streaming for the day. Every time I laid down my head to go to sleep, my heart would start racing. The reason my heart would start racing is because I was thinking about what I was going to do in World of Warcraft today. And you know what? I'm just gonna show you what I did in World of Warcraft today. We're gonna go on a field trip. You guys ready for a field trip? Oh boy, howdy. The thing I was going to do in freaking World of Warcraft today. Yeah, don't you guys love field trips? With the frizz? No way. cruising on down Main Street, next thing you know you hear, wahoo, octopus in my neighborhood, surfing on a sound wave, swinging through the stars. Take a left and you're destined. Take a second right at Mars on the magic school bus. Climb on the magic school bus. On the magic school bus. You know, my first exposure to the magic school bus was through... excuse me. My first exposure to the magic school bus was actually through, like, these interactive quote-unquote games. By the way, does this not look exactly like Cecilia Immergreen? She's got the green eyes, she's got the hair, it's even the right color. I was thinking to myself, like, when I was making the character, I was messing around with the character creator, and I'm like, this looks exactly like Cecilia, so I just name her Cecilia. And then I have this guy who's supposed to be the average Bijou fan, but he's, like, not. He doesn't look good right now because he's level 16. Well, here we go. Let me go back to... For some reason, I have 2 Warcrafts running. Sorry that you heard the double audio. Boom. Boom. What do you mean, is it? Is it what? Is it the average Bijou fan? I don't know. I messed that up. What does this sound like right now? Do we just have... We do have 2 game audios running at the same time. I apologize, folks. I'll, rectify that by... Okay, so... Here we go. What I was fighting over, the thing that I could not sleep over this stupid thing. You see this axe that I'm carrying? This whirlwind axe? That's it. That's all it is. Essentially, there's this quest line where you travel all around the world. You go down to the jungles. You think you're deaf? Oh, I just have sounds turned low because when I get in voice chat, I want to be able to hear who I'm talking to. So I just have sounds low most of the time. But here, let's turn up the volume. Is that better? Do you hear the game now? You should, according to this. And I have to have sound on in the background because this is hardcore, and if I die, I die. But there's this long quest line of this character that involves going down into the jungle and killing trolls. You don't technically have to, but I do because I'm self-found, which means I can only gather materials on my own. I can't get them from other players or the player market. So I went into this compound and got the herbs off of this guy because I don't have herbalism. So I did all this stuff and I was grinding and grinding, and then finally I'm going to the elementals that are in the 3 different regions over here, the fire over here, the air here, and the water here. And then I take it up into the mountains and I fight this big elemental guy, and he's really strong for his level. He's called an elite. If you know anything about elite enemies, they are hard to beat. And I don't want to die on my hardcore character, but there's a way that you can cheese the combat by essentially abusing the pathing so that they're... Like, if they try to run to me and there's something in the way, such as this bonfire, they have to run around the bonfire, right? But imagine instead of a bonfire is a big line of bonfires going like this, except I can jump over it and enemies in the game can't jump. So I could just keep jumping like this, shoot the guy once with my bow, jump over again, shoot him while he's running back around, again, and so on and so forth. And every time I laid my head down to go to sleep, I was thinking that. I was thinking about that thing I would have to do where I jump back and forth, because it's very finicky, and every time I mess it up, I get hit by him, and he has really strong attacks because he's an elite, right? So I'm literally laying there every time I lay down, my heart starts racing because I'm thinking about this quest that I'm going to have to do. Oh yeah, it's a fun tactic, and it allows you to beat enemies much higher level than you in certain areas that have this kind of thing. In that guy's case, you have to jump across a river because this particular mob can't swim, so he has to run all the way back around to the shallow part of the river and then back to you. But you have to swim through the river, and if you stay in the river too long, he essentially... They call it evading because that's what happens, but if they're in... If a mob is in combat with you, but it can't pathfind to you for long enough, I think like 3 or 4 seconds, then it resets its health, but it remains aggroed. And then if it lasts a little bit longer than that, then it will de-aggro. It'll de-leash and go back to its spawn. So, essentially, I have to jump across the river, but I have to do it quickly. And when you swim, you go slower than when you're walking. So I have to jump across the river, and I have to do it quickly so that I don't have him start evading. But then I also have to have time to shoot my bow, and I have a really slow bow. And then I have to jump back across the river. And by the way, every time I hit him with the bow, it does about 1% of damage. So I had to do this 100 times, not counting the misses. So I was missing occasionally as well. Finally, I get to the end of it, and I pick up the quest, and I turn it in, and I have this axe, and the axe itself, in Vanilla World of Warcraft, you have weapon skills, and I hadn't ever trained my two-handed axe weapon skill. I was using a one-handed axe and a sword. So now I can't even hit anything with this axe. I have to go out into the world, attack a guy, and then run away when I get half health so that I don't die, because it's hardcore, and if I die, I just die. But eventually this will be a better weapon than what I had. So all of that for this weapon, which, by the way, it's an iconic weapon. I was saying this earlier, but for a mid-level weapon, it's really iconic. Partially because of the long quest line, partially because it's so good. And you have to be really iconic to be a mid-level quest reward and be considered iconic. You know what I mean? It's like, no matter the game, like, if there's just an item in the middle of the game that's memed to death that everybody loves, it's like one of the greatest items in the history of the game, so on and so forth, yada yada yada. But only for that level bracket. In this case, it's level 40 or 30 to 40-ish. That you get it, and it only lasts until, or like, max level is level 60. This weapon only lasts from between like 30 to 45. If there's an item that's out of the 60 levels is only relevant for a quarter of it, and it's that iconic, it's gotta be pretty iconic. That's my takeaway. You guys like my nerd rants today? I'm just going off today. I'm going crazy sauce. Sometimes I'm afraid that, like, Kyla will jump in to this stream, and then she'll see me just, like, rambling about some game she's never heard of or played. And she'll just be immediately like, okay, I'm dipping. If you are secretly stalking me in chat right now, Kyla, I promise it only gets worse. I am even more of a nerd rambler in real life. The problem with nerd rambling, I have autistic friends, so I can talk about them. That's really mean. That's a mean way to say it, but it's true. There's nothing wrong with having the tism. The problem with nerd rambling is that a lot of people, especially autistic nerds, because there's a correlation with social cues and obsession over nerd stuff and, of course, autism. So I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just a thing. But one thing that people that nerd ramble have as a problem, again, whether or not they're autistic, this is still just a problem in general, but it's a lot more common with them, is that they understand inherently, right? They have the inherent understanding, and this is true for me for a long time as well. In fact, I would say it's still true for me. They understand inherently that you, as the listener, don't know what I'm talking about, or they're talking about, and they want to talk about it, and so they have to explain it. And that is where the problem theoretically lies. That, again, especially people who can't pick up social cues because of autism or whatever else, or people who are just bad with social cues anyway, such as myself. Hey, maybe I have undiagnosed autism. That'd be fine. But with these types of people, again, myself included, it becomes a sort of race against normalcy in a way, where like I want to, or race against, like, really race against the clock. I want you to understand what I'm rambling about, the cool thing, nerdy thing that I like, but at the same time I can't just like say it to you for that long, because you will get bored or annoyed of me rambling. In fact, I'm doing it right now. And so if I'm starting to ramble about something that you don't like or don't know anything about, then I either need to recognize that I can't talk about it, or I need to explain it to you. But if I don't explain it to you concisely, then you also don't want to hear about it. Right? So it's this like catch-22-esque system where I want to explain the thing, but if I can't explain it briefly, then it's not worth explaining. And a lot of people, again, especially people with an inability to understand social cues, or maybe not an inability, but a difficulty understanding social cues, this becomes an even bigger problem, because then they're saying, I want to explain it to you so that you understand, so that you can be as excited about this thing that I like as I am. And then the person gets annoyed, not that they're talking about a thing that they like, but because they're explaining the thing that they like for far too long. That's me. That's what I'm doing. This deck sucks, by the way. This deck is horrid. I actually have no coherent strategy with the cards in my deck right now. I'm just gonna lose to the first, like, thing that breathes on me wrong. I need that, that power that I had in the power potion. I need that. Whenever you create a card, gain a strength. I'm going to take a photon cut for a few reasons, but namely for card selection. Even just like a supermassive would be good. I vaguely remember doing that kind of deck once before. Maybe it's one of the ones that I won an Ascension with? I don't know which Ascension. But like, create a card tribal is a thing. I need these create a card cards as payoff. Boom. Perfection. Only 4 HP. That's fine. 4 HP is nothing. Wait. I mean, yes, it is nothing. The joke was supposed to be that I'm being sarcastic and saying, nah, 4 HP is fine. Ooh. That's a really good relic. Really good relic, in fact. ba-dum. Bow, ba-da-ba-dum, bow. Ba-ba-bum, boom, ba-ba-bum. Bum, 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 ba-ba-da-bum, bum. Ba-da-ba-bum, bum, ba-dum-ba-bum. Oops. Bum, bum. I don't know if this is possible. Let's just heal up to full. Hmm. I'm winning combats I shouldn't be winning. And I haven't picked up a single rare card reward from the bosses. It's just not worth it. Okay. I guess I should have blocked my bed. I also just don't have block cards at all. This run feels cooked. Oh, what are you cooked about, bro? It's 9:30 p.m. or 10:30 p.m. Just go to sleep. Just go. So Sorry, I'm drinking my energy drink. Yeah, go to sleep. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to not get an energy drink and not stay up. Okay, these are great. Wait, these are fantastic. Okay, yeah, that's worth a strike and defend. That's worth 2 strikes and 2 to... No, maybe not. That's worth it, though. That's a good, Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's such a good hit. I would, like... If I could choose the relics, I would probably pick these more often than not. Or more often than others, at least. This allows me to do, like, insane shit. Like, just breeze through the early levels. We don't want to force, we don't want to force weird cards yet. Hold on. I need to swap my laundry. Give me a few seconds. If anyone shows up in chat and asks where I am, just say I'm swapping laundry. I thought I heard my hearing aid. Take your time. Yeah, thank you. I thought I heard my hearing aid because I can sometimes, if it's off, no, if it gets turned on and it's like, if it gets turned on and it's in the box, sometimes the wire like adjusts in a way that I can hear the hearing aid from a long distance away because it just starts like feedbacking itself. But no, that was just like wind chimes from down the street. It was really weird. Anyway, BRB. Should do my bed sheets as well. If I have time later today, I'll do them. Yep. Okay. Not back yet. Hold on. I'm gonna grab or use the restroom. Oh, okay. I am back. Let's get this rolling. You know what? Let's take hidden cache. Bless you, Andrew. Oh, thank you so much, my loyal and caring viewers who worry about my health and my sanity. It's weird to say my viewers. I'm still insist. I'm not a streamer. I do what I do kind of because I'm not required to, but you know, like, example, I'm not doing Slay the Spire 2 because I love it, even though I do quite like it. I'm literally doing it because... Thanks to that one, guys. Yeah. I'm only doing Slay the Spire 2 because Kyla set me on the path to do Ascension 10 on all 5 characters. In fact, I think I said I was going to get Ascension 10 on all 5 characters before she gets Ascension 10 on 1, but like she beat me in a day, so that was cool. But because she set me on this path, I want to at least have proof that I did it, you know? It's easier to stream proof than it is to, Hold on. It's easier to stream proof than it is to, like, record multiple hours and upload it, you know? Or even just to record, like, only when I'm about to win. Which I do anyway, but... I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hope she shows up today. Like, yesterday I was talking about how I usually don't mind whether she does or doesn't, like, and that's true, I don't really mind. Not even, like, really like that. No, I don't mind if she shows up or doesn't, but today is different because, number one, I have a good feeling. I think we're gonna win, guys. I think we're gonna win this run. But more realistically, more standardistically, I did that out of order. It's okay. More standardly, it's because I have a question for her that I would like answered, if willing. These guys do like a stupid amount of damage completely right. Oh, I just died. No blocks whatsoever. Well, GG. That was a good run. But yeah, like, I have a question pertaining to League of Legends, of all things. But like, it's not incredibly vitally important, you know. I can live without the answer, but it would help me right now because I am in a predicament. Non-stop Pokajon works. Is this like Unlimited Blade Works, but for Hollow Dory? I don't even know what Unlimited Blade Works. It's Fate, right? Let's look it up. Unlimited. It is Fate. TC's an anime series. Okay. And definitely not, because she does not watch anime. Neither do I, really. I watch what I like, whether or not it's animated and made in Japan or not. I said whether or not. That's it's bad grammar there, buddy. Oh, cool. Yeah, let's do it. Random skill to your hand, free to play this turn. That's just a colorless card, is it not? It's just like a standard colorless card. Gulp. They call me the Gambit. My name is Remy Lobo, but you can call me the Gambit. Okay. I thought that exhausted, frankly. I'm sure you're quoting Marvel Rivals, because I know he's in Marvel Rivals, but I haven't played Marvel Rivals since they included Gambit, and I didn't know Gambit existed the last time that I played Marvel Rivals. Okay. It's giving me out after out, like, I should just be dead. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. Goodbye. Saluting emoji. I can do something funny here where I just don't interact with enemies for a while. We'll see. We will see. My name, Jeff. Sorry for slapping my mouse. Absolutely, dude. One 100% agree. 100% agree. What am I doing? Just using all of my winged boots right now. Nice. Who's Jeff? My name isn't Jeff. It's Remy LeBeau, but you can call me the Gambit. See, it's funny because they're both Channing Tatum. Channing Tatum plays Gambit. He also plays the guy who said, "My name, Jeff." feeling lucky. I'm feeling like Kyla Kowalski. I didn't steal all of our luck today, and I'm about to use up the last of it. But if she did, then, you know, we'll find out. Whether we want to or not, we will find out. Excuse me. Party on, dudes. And the fact that I haven't slept tonight or last night, is starting to catch up to me. Cool. Brother, it is 10 in the a.m. I am not going to go get some sleep right now. The healthy thing to do, I hate this is true, but the healthy thing to do when you are tired like this is to just be tired and stick it through the day. It's kind of like when you have jet lag, you know? The correct thing to do when you have jet lag is to just fight through until it's the bedtime of wherever you are jet lagged in. So let's say you're like, I don't know, you're in Indonesia and you're flying to America. The correct technical thing to do is not sleep until it's, I don't know, 10 p.m. America time. Even though it'll be 11 a.m. Indonesia time. Because that kind of like immediately shocks your circadian rhythm into waking up at the right time. And then you're like, you've cured jet lag in one fell swoop. It's the same thing though when you like are tired because you stayed up too late or because you woke up early and you couldn't go back to sleep. The correct thing to do is just force yourself to stay awake until your normal bedtime anyway. It sucks, but you gotta do it. No, I'm not close enough to the airport for planes to be that loud. It's somebody's some kind of lawn machine. I just don't know what. It's not a mower. I suppose it doesn't even have to be a lawn machine. It could be like an outdoor like shop vac or something. I am not feeling awake though, holy. You know what I need to happen? I need Kyla to come here. I need her to bless this run with all the luck in the world so that I don't have to try. I just need her to say something like, you have 1 billion luck right now. She's busy? Did she say what she's busy with? So I'm pretty sure she's playing, Holodori, which, like, is respectable. If she comes, you'll buy a lottery? So, like, a gacha pull in, in Holodori. Give you a number? How do lottery tickets work in your country? I thought you guys don't have lottery tickets in your country, actually. Although I am just kind of assuming that you're from Indonesia. I guess you've never said that. But I mean, she's surprised me before. There's always a chance. Like I said, I don't mind either way. Every country has some kind of... That's true. That's true. My state doesn't. My state has outlawed the lottery. They have a lot of... They say they have a lot of reasons for it, but let's be honest, it's because it's Utah. You know? Does that stereotype, does that meaning, like, reach to the other corners of the world, like what Utah is? I'm assuming it doesn't. Oh, I don't mind. I think lottery tickets are a scam. Casinos are fun because they're, like, fun, you know? You go and have fun. Lotteries tickets are just, you put a little... You put you grab one of these. Oh my fuck! It's so dusty. Ew. You grab one of these and you just kind of, take the... We're going to use my isotretinoin capsules, and you just kind of do that. And wow, I won the prize. Oops. I dropped my tape. I need that. I use that. That's true. But, like, casinos are fun because you're not going to win, or you shouldn't go to win. You're going to have fun, you know? My friends live in Vegas, so I visit Vegas. I mean, also I have family in Vegas, so it's unfair to say that I only visit for the friends, but the family doesn't go to the casinos. The friends do. And they, the friends, love gambling a lot. But even they don't go to win, even though they know how to card count, even though they know how to, like, basic strategy is what it's called. It's literally called that. It's not, I'm not talking down. There's basic strategy to, like, blackjack. They still don't go to win. They just happen to walk out with $100 extra, because they know if they keep going, they will eventually lose. I mean, saying they know how to card count like it's a really cool skill is misleading, because card counting is very, very easy. You can kind of just eyeball it most of the time, and you'll end up with like a 49% win rate game, which is pretty good for a casino game. Fun fact, according to the odds, if you card count, and you know basic strategy, blackjack is the only casino game in most casinos that is actually favored towards the player. However, they will recognize that you're doing it, and they'll say, sorry, we can't let you play any more blackjack today. They won't... Casinos don't usually kick people out, but they will approach you and say, like, I'm sorry, this is the management, we have to not let you play anymore. Yeah, exactly. The casino bans it because it is cheating, technically. Like, it's so literal card counting is, and I'm not going to teach it. You can find videos, but I'm not going to teach it. But literal card counting is essentially you don't count the cards. What you do is you keep a running count of how many good cards and bad cards are played. And if it's blackjack, the good cards for you, the player, are the numbers above 9, or rather the higher numbers. I think 9 and above, actually. And the bad cards are below 7. I think like 6 and below or something like that. That is really good. I don't know if I'm gonna win enough to make use of it, but we'll try. We need that so bad. Stardust as a win condition seems good. Okay. But essentially, the big numbers are good for you, and the little numbers are bad for you because of the way that the house side of things works. Because they always have certain like what the dealer does is deterministic. They could have an auto dealer, and in some places they even do, but what the dealer does they have to do every time. Example being, if or most blackjack tables are the dealer has to hit on anything that's below a 17, and at a 17 they stand. And blackjack is all the players versus the dealer, right? So anyone that beats the dealer gets their money back, and then some. Whereas anyone that doesn't beat the dealer doesn't get their money back. So when you're playing blackjack, right? If the dealer has... quick side note. There are more 10s in a deck. At least in blackjack terms, there are more 10s in a deck than there are any other number, because 10, jack, queen, and king all count as 10s. So you always assume that what the dealer has underneath the, like, face down or whatever, is a 10. And remember, they're trying to hit to 17. So, hold on. So when I say that the cards are good cards or bad cards, I die, don't I? Yeah, I do. Sorry, I'm trying to describe basic card counting and also this at the same time. So I think I got them flipped around. No, so you want the big numbers because you're always assuming that they have a 10, right? So if they get like a 6 and a 10, then you hit a 10 and then they bust, right? Oh no, we're not playing Ironclad. We can't play Ironclad. But if they have like a 6 and a 10, and there's a bunch of small numbers in the deck, and they just get an ace, I guess. Let's say a 2, because an ace is a good card. They get a 2, then they just, they're standing on an 18, which is really unfortunate for the players. This is fine enough. No, it's not. I don't know why I took that. Whereas on the player side, you want as many 10s as possible because you want to be dealt 2 10s so that you have a 20, which is like the generally best hand on average. Yeah, there's 21, but that's ideal, but you don't need a 21 to win. Generally, an 18 is good enough to win most of the time, right? So you want 10s so that you don't have to hit too long. But you want them to have small cards. Or you don't want them to have small cards because then they hit into a certain spot. So, when you are card counting, you have a running tally. And that running tally in your head is essentially, okay, every time a good card is played, that's like a negative point. Because now there's one less good card in the deck. And if there's one less good card in the deck, then you have that little, or that much less odds to draw into a good card. And vice versa with the bad cards, where a bad card is played, then that's up a point. So what you would do if it was totally legal to do this, and again, like legality is, it is legal, it's just the casino can and will kick you out. But again, they won't usually kick you out. They'll just say, we can't let you play blackjack anymore. You have to play slots or something else, you know? Normally what you would do if it was completely, totally fine to card count is you would just stand at the side of the table and watch, and then you would join when the count is good. And you'd just be counting the whole time. But if you join the table earlier, I mean, because you have to join the table earlier because the casino can't know that you're counting. Essentially, you just have to run a couple bad hands, or like basic strategy hands. You just have to run normal blackjack, just doing the correct play at the correct time, keeping track of the count, and then if the count ends up good, you stay. And if it doesn't, then you say, oh, well, I think I'm ready to call it, and then you leave. So you kind of have to deceive the house if you want to make any money on it. I have done this. It's not illegal. They know it happens, and they know that blackjack is their biggest money waster. But the real secret is that the casinos don't care because they make so much money off of slot machines. Slot machines make casinos pretty much all of their money. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, most of their money comes from the slot machines. Oh yeah, I've card counted plenty of times. It's not like what I'm trying to say is that it's not like a skill that's exactly, oh, look at me, look how cool I am, I know how to card count. Ooh. Like, card counting is easy. It's made easier if you play card games. If you played, especially trading card games, not like this kind, but trading card games. You can't, I mean, card counting isn't really a skill you need in Slay the Spire, because in Slay the Spire, right, when you're in a combat, you can click on your deck at any time and know what it's exactly is in there. But when you're playing, let's say, Magic the Gathering, it is completely illegal for you to pick up your deck and start looking through it. That is just immoral and wrong and bad, you know? Like, you will get kicked out of tournaments for doing that. So if I'm playing... Here. Now, this is a bad example because this deck only has one of every card in it, because that's the format that it is. But in that way, it's also a good example. So I'll shuffle up. It's completely illegal for me to just start looking through my deck at any point in time after we've drawn our starting hands. After we've kept our starting hands. So at its bare minimum, what card counting is saying, this Summon Yojimbo from the Final Fantasy set, it's in my hand, therefore it's not in the deck. That's really it. Where it becomes a little iffy is this forest. I have, I think, 5 or 6 forests in here. I can't confirm that fact because I'm not allowed to pick this deck up and look through it, right? I'm not allowed to do that. That's completely illegal. So a basic skill in Magic the Gathering is saying, I know how many, in this case I don't because this is a for fun deck for a for fun game mode, but in this case, this forest right here, I know for a fact that there's going to be, again, pretending just 5 of them in the deck. So if I have 1 in my hand, then I only have 4 in the deck. And so without literally running a tally of how many of the card you have in your deck, usually it's up to a maximum of 4 in the deck, aside from these basic lands, don't worry about that. Instead of having a literal running tally, what you usually do is say, this forest in my hand means that I'm 1 out of 5 less likely, not exactly, the math is different, but I am that much less likely to draw a forest in the future. Or if the card is, I don't know, Lightning Bolt, and I have 4 Lightning Bolts in the deck, I can run a literal tally and say I have 3 Lightning Bolts left in the deck, 2 Lightning Bolts left in the deck, so on and so forth. And that's what card counting is, because you're literally just tallying the good cards versus the bad cards. But because it comes intuitively from playing card games for a long time, you don't, it's really easy to pick up. And even if you don't play card games for a long time, it's just easy to think about, like, okay, I'm playing a game, there's only 4 of each card in a deck, in like a playing card deck. There's only 4 aces, 4 twos, 4 threes, 4 fours, so on. Now, granted, most blackjack tables are running with multiple decks at a time. So they'll stack multiple on top of each other and shuffle them, essentially. So when you get to that kind of thing, you have to literally double, triple, quadruple the count, or rather half quarter, or half third quarter, whatever the count. So if I have, 3 decks stacked on top of each other, then I have to cut the count into 1/3 for it to be viable. For it to be a viable count. But again, like, it's just a skill that comes. Like, okay, I know there's 4 aces, so if I've seen all 4 aces played, or all 8, or all 16, or all 32 aces, then I know there can't be another ace. So I can't play like there are more aces, which again, those aces, those 10s are good cards to have. And because they're good cards, they are negative points, because again, you want the good cards there. So if you hit a 10, the count goes down. Even though the 10 is good for you most of the time, the count goes down. Do I play the whole life card game? No. 3 main reasons for that. Number 1, I am broke, so I can't. Number 2, it plays a lot like Pokemon, and I'm not a fan of the Pokemon trading card game very much. And number 3, it's got the problem that a lot of early TCGs have, where the card pool is limited, so you kind of just have to make do with what you got. And you can't really do cool broken combos. There's like 3 stages in the life cycle of a TCG, right? There's the early stages where there's not enough cards for you to make a good deck at all. So you're starting to run things like Curd Apes and Magic the Gathering, or you just have like a random Magmar in your deck in Pokemon because there are no other fire Pokemon in the game other than your Charizard, which is the only one that's good. So you need another fire Pokemon, so you run Magmar, and it's like halfway decent, so that's the only reason you run it. And then there's the middle stage where there's enough cards and enough combos that things work together and things are fun and things are good. And then there's like the tail end stage, and I think Magic's in it right now unless they really do a massive rehaul. And the tail end stage is essentially like we'll take Convergence. The tail end stage is that there's so much power creep, there's so much feature bloat, and there's so much so many cards that they didn't intend for this new card to be made 10 years later, that things become too broken and things become too overloaded, and suddenly you're sitting there like reading 10,000 lines of text on every single card. It's annoying. You generally combat that with formats. Formats are like different legal card pools. And you combat that with what Yu-Gi-Oh! Does, which is lots and lots of bans and restricts. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Just does blatant power creep, like they don't care. They're okay with having new sets be just incredibly broken. What did Kyla tweet? What did she tweet? I stopped my Pokemon for a cucumber. You know what? That's fair. That's funny. She's a funny gal. But yeah, I don't play the Hololive card game specifically because it is in the very early stage, and I don't find the very early stage of any trading card game fun. Yeah. It's kind of like those people who play, like, One Piece, the trading card game, because they don't want to play Magic, you know? It's like... I mean, One Piece and Magic aren't exactly... In fact, I don't know what One Piece plays like, but it's the same kind of thing. People will pick up new games, and it'll be, like, fun for them, but for me, I don't have fun with, new card games, especially. They give me the ick. Even though there's nothing actually icky about it. I would like to just end this combat. I will take the 5 damage so I can just do this and win. Yippee! Now what is she saying? She is atting Raura Panthera. How funny. I think it's gotta be Black Hole. I would like to try it, though, especially down the line. Because, like, here's the problem we have, right? We are in a particular predicament as Pomalo. Because there is very little support for the Kyla Kowalskia cards. According to everyone I've talked about it with, we have a severe lack of cards that support our beloved Oshi. And so for that reason alone, sure, there are other reasons. I don't like early card games, blah, 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 but for that reason alone, I am boycotting. No, I'm not. I am not playing the Holo TCG. I am willing to give it a solid college try when Kyla has a lot more support and she's a viable deck. But until that day, we are collectively, all together as Pomalo, required to simply sit on the sidelines and cheer. I also heard they, I don't know if you guys know this, I was a human before a Pomalo. I heard they also, like, giga nerfed Mume by, like, restricting her or something, and that also feels bad, because that was my backup. I was gonna go for a Mume deck if I ever got into it. And, yeah. I don't, I don't see that happening. I think that's the other thing, too. It's a really, really, really cool game concept. But the very sad and unfortunate truth is that they are cards based on, like, people. People that we watch on stream. And, you know, it kind of sucks when the person I watch the most. In my case, it's Kyla, right? It kind of sucks when that person doesn't end up being as good of a card as the other person's. Do you think I have enough block, or do you think I keep going? I think I think I go until I'm completely out of it. Okay, now counterpoint to what you were saying before, Sir Beck again. Kyla did in fact like the post saying that I was live with the stream link and everything. So there is a chance that she's here and lurking and judging us for who we play in the Hololive card game. So there's always a possibility. I think we'll go like that, yeah. Now you might say, Andrew, that doesn't make any sense, because there are 3 people in chat. But I will say that I've seen that number jump up and down a bunch. So there's always, we can't know for sure. That's the takeaway. We can never know for sure. Because YouTube is finicky like that sometimes. Also, the post said Kyla Kowalskia. Or it said I love Kyla Kowalskia, and she didn't say get some help, so, you know, I win, guys. I've officially won the greatest prize of all Pomalo, not getting a get some help when being Halu. Praise my superiority and my... I don't know, what do people say when they're, like, superior? I'm not superior. I'm inferior. I am the, like, bottom 3 of all Pomalo. On, like, a superiority scale. Like, every Pomalo, it's every single Pomalo. Then it's me. Then it's, like, 2 other people. And I don't know those other people, but they're secretly bad people. They're, like... They're secretly evil. If you hear that buzzing, that's my uncle's alarm. And it is so loud. Okay, if I don't get, like, heal HP, this is not good enough, I don't think. Oh, Kyla, help me, Kyla, help me, Kyla, help me. I'm going to lose. Oh, Kyla, help me, help me. Oh, Kyla, help me, help me. Oh, Kyla. Oh, Kyla. Kyla, help me. Oh, Kyla. Oh, Kyla. Kyla, help me. Help me with your luck, please. I don't want to lose this run, man. It's kind of a decent run, you know? Well, it's looking bleak. Health, health, health. Okay. Yeah, we lost. We most certainly lost. I would be more shocked if we win this than if we lose. Oh no. Okay. 8 plating, 10 block, toxic, 18 and 6. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to like redo that combat just so that I can lose on the elite, you know, like we're not winning. Just move on. The accident wasn't your fault, man. So I think at noon, which is in an hour or so, I might call it so I can go try... Oh wait, hold on. No, he's an hour ahead of me. Or behind me. He's on Pacific time. He's not going to be done till 1:30, which means he won't be home till 2. I need to tell him that we gotta... Okay. I know it's a half day, but I am leaving about when you would be ready to start. So unless you can somehow leave even earlier than your half day, we will have to wait and do the classic movie tonight. One of the friends I want to play League Classic with has a half day at work. And I'm asking him if he'd be able to leave earlier than that. I guess Pale Blue Dot isn't too bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Let's just upgrade this. So I might just keep going. This is what I was going to say. I don't think this is the run, folks. Oh, the misery. You're listening? I don't remember what I said that you might be listening to. Okay. Yeah, this ain't the run. That's okay. We can move on to a new run. And in the new run, we can try again. And again. And again. And again. And again. And again. And again. Because we will never win. We will try. 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 And we will literally never win. This character is impossible. There is no way to win on this character, I promise you, unless I got Sword Sage in my very first... before I even start, which completely invalidates everything I was saying. This is the run, or I will, I don't know, what's something, like, lightly embarrassing that I can do on camera? No, see, that's you know what, that's breaching dangerously close to actual content territory, and we are not an actual content creator. We are a League of Legends practicer who streams his practice, except today is not a practice day, and we have promised our VTuber Oshi Kyla Kowalskia that we will reach and beat Ascension 10 on all 5 characters. So we are not going to be a content creator, and we are not going to do content creator things up to and including Zatsus, I think they're called. I don't remember what they're called because I don't speak Japanese. Dead. Easy. My laundry done. Okay, I need sword stuff though. Yeah, laundry's done. Hold on. I will fold and put this all away after the stream. But before I go to bed, which is why I'm putting it on my bed, you know what? Yeah. Ow. Lights today. That's my rap dance. I'm a rapper. Drop some bar. No. Nope. Just go back and listen to Kyla's rap from yesterday. I don't know if she rapped oh, it's not even today anymore. I don't know if she rapped today or if she... The last time she did was 2 days ago on stream, but... It wasn't even really rap, it was just speaking the dialogue really fast. Which is funny in its own right, I guess. Yeah, I keep crying. If she is lurking, which I doubt, I do still have a question for her. Involving everyone's favorite game by Riot Games, League of Legends. These stupid rats. Man, I get the Sovereign Blade has replay, and then I don't get any Sovereign Blade cards. Give me... Again, nothing. It's over, I think. I'm not even gonna play this out. Sorry. Oh, the misery. The misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. How many times do I have to restart this stupid game? and then die, and then restart. She really did just like the post to siphon my luck. Ever since she hit that little heart button underneath the tweet of me saying this stream was live, I have been sans luck. I have been without luck of any amount. Sorry, I need to listen to this. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So they put famous streamer man Ludwig into a Chinese live-action visual novel. And they dropped his scene so you could go and watch him speaking Chinese. Now, I don't speak Chinese, but it's very obvious he's he doesn't either, you know? Okay. Pew pew. Oh my goodness gracious me. Chiguan Changhong. Will I need those 30 stars? Nope. But it was funny, so I did it. Pew. Pow, pow. I'm not in a good state of mind. I am so tired. Well, there's the man of the hour. Hold on. Well, what? Did I miss something in my own stream? That's, oh. This is a very relaxing stream. I miscalculated. Oh no, I'm sorry. Trust me, it will never, ever happen again. Ever. I will never, 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 never. Never, never miscalculate again. It'll never happen. Never. Man, it's like perfect nap time weather, too. Nope. Never. I'm awake. I'm definitely awake, not asleep. Hi, awake. I'm Andrew. Ha 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 ha. Good morning. It is still morning. Now this run's cooked because the random curse it gave me was the minus gold, and the random relic it gave me removed all my gold. So I can't get rid of the curse. That's taking all my gold, you know? Now these guys are gonna take all my gold. Cool. Well, if by profit you mean the exact opposite of profit, then yes, you're completely spot on. Ha! 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 I'm gonna ban you. No, I'm not. Why would I do that? I have one moderator, and I'm pretty sure she's not here right now. How many mods can I have? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I only have her as a mod so that I can tell when she's in chat at a glance because I'm dyslexic and it takes me a while to read things. Full transparency, that's all it's for. I think you can have a few though. Vera has 3. No, I know you can have a ton, because every Hollow member is a mod in every other Hollow member's stream. Remember? I think they do that manually. Now I have two things I want to ask her. The league thing and that. So I just got added. And it was nothing. Don't you hate it when you get added in like a server that's important and then they just don't like say anything important? It's like when they ping at everyone and say, fill out this survey if you like being in this school Discord. No, I don't. is gonna do a ton of damage. Never mind, never mind. Low-key an econ run, I guess. I don't know why I played that card. Also, ow, my carpal tunnel. It hurts. Oh, man. It is so hard to stay awake. I can't stay awake. All I must do is not fall asleep. I need sweeping strikes right now, or you're fired. I didn't actually expect it to happen, if I'm being honest. But we'll take that. We'll take it any day. Anytime. Oh, come the fuck on, dude. Put the sword on top of the deck, little cub. Yeah, we're fine. You like that sound effect? Actually, yeah, you know, I'm used to having a debt in my deck anyway, so. Wow, the cards suck. Alright guys, it's crab time. I'm AFKing at crab. Only real knowers get that reference. Is that enough? For now it is, yeah. I hate regent. Man. I am going to grab some water. The hell? How did that happen? I have one more load of laundry after this. I think we'll just sync up our done, not done time with whether we have laundry to do or not. Hey, so did I, don't worry. Hey, so am I, don't worry. I couldn't sleep because I kept vividly imagining my hardcore Warcraft character about to die today if I don't do something properly. But welcome back. Oops. It's kind of like, have you ever tried to sleep after watching a scary movie? Well, it's like the scary movie was the imagination in my mind that could possibly play out later in the day. And so I immediately got up and just did the thing that I had to do that I was dreading doing in World of Warcraft so that I don't have to deal with the dread. But by that point it was 7 a.m. and the sun was out. I'm just gonna take the 6, man. Also, I need to swap my laundry, so let me finish this combat first. Okay, BRB. Sorry, I'm reading something on Competitive League that I need to finish reading because it's actually very important. So, hold on. Interesting. So there's a some don't call it a problem. I call it a problem. There's a problem in League right now where the bot lane is infested with mages and like cheese melee picks like Katarina. Literally right now, the top like 4 out of 5 or 4 out of the top 5 bot laners in the game are mages. Katarina's in the top 10, and like ADCs, traditional ADCs, fill up the very, very, very bottom, like 2/3 of the ADC quote unquote tier lists. And that's a bad thing, IMO. I don't like that this was a shop. That's a bad thing, IMO, for a couple of reasons. Primarily because dragon stacking is so important. Mages incentivize roaming supports instead of lane supports. And they're like really, really good in lane and really, really hard to gank. So dragon stacking is important, right? Which happens bot side. So when I'm going bot lane as a jungler, I need to be looking for fights, openings, whatever, around dragon, not only after my second clear, but even after my first clear, so that I can go and do the actual dragon and do the stuff that I need to do. But the problem is that I can't pull off a successful gank in bot lane because all the mages have infinite self-peel, and they also have infinite shove, so as soon as I go there to punish them for overstaying in lane or whatever, like not being ready for dragon, they just, press their peel ability. I can't do anything. And then as soon as I turn to go to the dragon, they one-shot the wave and then come collapse on me at dragon, and regular ADCs can't do that. Which is like, okay, fine, learn how to adapt to that. But the second problem is that supports are roaming all the time, so the mage can do this without the support, which means that the support can just go like tag team with my enemy jungler, and then while I'm fighting at dragon, unable to take it because the mage and the mid are there, the support can go with the top laner and go invade top lane, or not invade, like a tower dive top lane while this is happening, which means that me pathing towards the thing that wins the game, the dragon, is useless because they are just taking me out at the dragon too, like. And so, okay, fine, path topside instead, but if I'm pathing top, it's usually like 2 bruisers or 2 tanks. It's very rarely like a volatile lane like a Vayne or a Fiora or a Riven or something. It's usually just like Garen into Sion, and I'm not ganking either side of those and getting a kill. So if I path bot to top, then I'm getting absolutely nothing out of what you're supposed to do when you path bot to top, which is get a kill topside, so that you can set up for grubs on your third rotation. I'm just upset. But they just, and one of the Riot devs just posted a really long tweet talking about their changes to the bot lane and how that's going to affect things. She unplugged her phone from the charger already. Interesting strategy. Anyway. That's what I was looking at. Not worth it. I think that card is genuinely horrid. I have never seen that card and been like, yep, that's so good. It was an okay shop. I'm not really happy with it. I got a big bang, which is good, but... Excuse me. Okay. Enjoy your sleep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, some days are like that. You take care. Yeah, GG. But I'm still going. What a nerd. Okay, we need a forge card really bad. That one will do it. I like healing, so let's just get that, and then we just keep going. Sorry, I'm just giggling at Kyla on Twitter. She makes me giggle sometimes. That's me. That's me giggling. Hold on. I'm doing that again. Oh, she's funny. That's for dang sure. She's making me giggle on Twitter because she's saying, she's talking about GIFs, the file format, and she types GIF, and I reply that it's GIF, even though she pronounces it JIF. And then she replies, correcting me back, as if JIF is correct. And then I giggle. Can I not have this combat right now? My sword blocks for 30, dude. Well, all full transparency, it is GIF. It literally is. The creator said it's GIF. Even though it's graphics, interchange format, even though everyone says GIF, she's technically correct. Which is the best kind of correct. So if she decides... Okay, there's so many of these. Well, I don't know if you knew this, but a GIF file can just be an image file. And then they added the animation capability, or added is a strong word. There's the animation capability, like, on top of that, sure. But then even further on top of that is the, like, you might not know this, is the looping quality, the looping animation quality of it. That's actually not the original default. A looping GIF is something that you got later. So I don't think there can be, like, I'm gonna make my own file format with blackjack and hookers, you know? Like, you can't really do that. Because a GIF in and of itself is already an image file and an animation file and a loop. Like, all rolled into one. And that distinction matters. Anyway, she's funny. I just learned about it because I watched a video on those, those 3D animated GIFs that you get from Animation Factory that you see everywhere. Yeah, that's true. what she's saying now. Jokes aside, thanks to Holodori, people find out about... Yeah? No, that's... Like when I'm 3,000 runs into A10 regent and I feel like giving up? Question mark. Wow, thank you for the inspirations. Crying emoji. Stream Dala. That's Dala. It's a good song, guys. Cool. I have... What is Pokajan anyway? That is pretty funny. I think I will choose not to hit with the sword. Yet. You're gonna laugh. I don't know what an Instagram story is. Instagram was just like starting to become mainstream when I was graduating high school, and I had long since stopped trying to care about whether people thought I was cool, you know? So I had long since stopped caring if I was caught up on whatever people are doing. I used a fair bit of Snapchat back in the day, if that dates me at all. Oh, so it's just a Snapchat story. I literally only have... I don't call Discord a social media, so I guess I have Discord, but I only consider... I literally only consider Twitter as a social media that I use, and I only use Twitter so I can interact with Kyla and Pomalo. Hold on, I'm watching a thing. I gotta watch this. Relates to League. Yeah, I think it's the official trailer for... Is YouTube social media? Does YouTube count as social media? That's a good question. I don't count Discord as social media because I use it as a group chat. I don't count YouTube as a social media because I use it as a streaming service, essentially. So, if YouTube is social media and Discord is social media, then, like, is text messaging social media? Is Hulu Plus or Disney Plus or Paramount Plus? Why do they all have Plus? I'm just noticing this. Or Netflix Plus? Are those social media? Or do you specifically like have to have a chat function, in which case is Spotify social media? Remember when every company ever was trying to make their app into like the new social media? And then Spotify did it like 12 years too late. And now we have Spotify chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, we are. Yeah, but like, hardly anyone posts is my counterpoint. Like, out of the entire YouTube user base, like, a minute fraction posts. Maybe in the past they used it for, like, posting. Like, regular posting. Oh, hold on. Yeah, but, like, I don't use public servers. I'm in the Pomalo Discord and I don't talk to anybody. Like... Ah, we lost. Yeah. I do have to leave at some point, but, like... I don't wanna. I don't wanna leave. So many of Regent's rares are just like okay uncommon cards, even though they're rares. I'm not active on the Pomelo Discord because on either of them, I guess, because I just like have nothing to say really. Nothing against Pomelo, it's just like anything I want to say, I say on Twitter, and anything I don't want to say, I don't say. So it's not like I'm gonna game with people on 300 ping. I got no real reason to. I'll game with like Shadow because he's cool and I like him. But even then it has to be, I don't know. I feel like it has to be a game like this. Bum 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 bum. I need to see if I'm still doing this lunch meme. 3:30. Okay. I need to figure out where it is. Trader Joe's? Where the hell is that? Oh, I know where this is. I've been there. Wait, is that... Oh, that's funny. Just some goofy stuff with Kyla. Other than that, not much. There's just nothing worth looking at on Twitter aside from like VTuber art and whatever random bullshit Kyla's posting. I guess if you're a certain demographic of people, you probably go to Twitter for other things, but I don't engage in politics, I don't engage in like pornography, I don't engage in any of that shit, so there's nothing for me to look at on Twitter aside from VTuber art and the random bullshit Kyla's spewing. Gun stuff, interesting. I didn't know that there was an active gun community on Twitter. I would assume there is. I've seen the Russian guy on YouTube. Didn't his channel get taken down or something, though? What if I streamed Warcraft? I'm sitting here, like, craving to play more Warcraft. What if I streamed Warcraft? What if I streamed RuneScape? Do you think Kylo would... Do you think Kylo would join in on a RuneScape stream and then start playing RuneScape, dude? I'm talking about games that are like 10 years older than you, so, you know. Yeah, FPS Russia, that guy. Or that team of guys, I think they were. I thought their channel got taken down in like 2018 or something, but I don't remember. I watched like 2 videos of theirs when I like tried to fit in with the cool kids in band. And then it ended up not really mattering at all. Very deep can of worms. I don't... Okay. No, that's fair. Totally valid reason not to talk about it. I know she's not exactly a regular viewer, but it would be kind of cool if, like, I was able to influence Kyla Kowalski, of all people, to play something like a RuneScape. I have friends... Okay, so I've got friends who know that I stream. They don't watch me necessarily, but they know that I stream. And, they were teasing me about not reaching a certain skill level in RuneScape that I was trying to reach. I was trying to reach 38 herb lore so that I can make prayer potions on my iron so that I can go do Huey. And I did it. I did it in time, in fact, but they were still teasing me all week. And part of why they were teasing me all week is because I was streaming it Slay the Spire 2 instead of grinding Chaos Druids at the Chaos Druid Tower for herb lore. So they laughed at me and made fun of me and said, if Kyla played RuneScape, you would stream RuneScape instead. And then they said, you should stream RuneScape so that Kyla plays RuneScape. And I'm like, I don't think I'm that influential. I don't think I'm an influencer of any, in any sense of the word. Oh, okay. I medically am not allowed to purchase guns, so that's understandable, I guess. Historic pieces. Yeah, I would just... I'd get a model. I'm not saying, like, you should. I'm saying I would, in that situation, as me. Just get, like, a model gun or something. Something to hang up on the wall. Something that's, like, not functional. But I have a little check on my driver's license that says I'm not allowed to own a gun. Own a gun. Airsoft? I have no interest in airsoft either. Why did I just randomly double viewership? Hello? Who are you people? Do I know you? Are you like real people or are you bots? What's going on here? That's like the anxiety that I get when I join a random like 2view, like myself. I get like anxiety that they're gonna notice their view count just went up by 1, and then they're gonna ask who I am, and then I'm gonna feel inclined to respond. Your bots? Okay, good. I'm glad that you're at least honest about that. Most bots aren't honest about their bodiness. I think there are places to do air. I don't know, man. To play airsoft. Is that how you say it? I think there are airsoft places around where I grew up. Because I knew a guy who wanted to take me airsofting once. But then I shot myself in the calf because I was told that they were painless. It didn't actually hurt. It just broke the skin. But I did find it funny that they weren't willing to take me out anymore after that. I was like, you told me it's painless. You said it, not me. We do? Okay. I thought we did. There's probably a few up here in Utah as well. Well, it is mostly painless. Like, it broke the skin, but it didn't, like, hurt. It's just an air compression rifle. Like, it's not... It didn't feel particularly bad. Yeah. I thought it would be like worse paintballing because people could just say, no, I didn't get hit, you know? But I don't think that's why people go airsofting, to play like a game with rules. I think they go just to shoot guns without shooting guns. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. If you don't call your hits, you get lit the fuck up. Okay. Hell yeah. I need one of three things for this run to be fully online. The first is the thing, the prismatic council or whatever I think it's called. I need the prismatic council so that I can get a card from another class, followed by getting the the defect cards, followed by getting flak cannon. That's one possibility. Or I need black hole, or sorry, supermassive. That's another possibility. Or I need the rare card that gives me strength every time I make a card. Every time I gen AI. I can't say that though because there is a card called Generative AI in this game, so I don't need Generative AI. And that card Generative AI is also in the defect pool, which would, to a particularly trickstery genie granting me my wishes, that would probably lead him to give me Gen AI from the defect pool instead of what I was saying, which is completely unrelated. Do not ask what I'm talking about, random 2 extra people that just joined. I'm using generative AI, guys. I think it's called creative AI. There it is. I'm using generative AI, guys. So I've so far gotten none of what I just said I needed. I am out of caffeine. I missed. I need to just start, like, spamming those, Pale's Wings rewards. And I desperately need Supermassive. It is a requirement at this point. Oh, that wasn't good. Again, Supermassive or the power. You got the touch. Bow, bow, bow. You got the power. After all is said and done, you never walk and you never run. You're the coolest. Check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out. Oh! Dead. Boom, dead, boom, dead. Okay. Nice combo, bro. You got the touch. You got the power. You got the touch. You got the power. Now, I'll admit, crash landing is making these combats a lot easier. Right on. Party on, dudes. Is this the run? Is this the run? Please, 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 please. Period. Okay. I don't know what was making noise. probably somebody leaving the front door. Six times 3 is 18. So I can debris, strike, and then patter. Please isn't enough. What even is dryer lint? Let's Google it. What is dryer lint? Does this mean that my clothes are just missing an entire dryer lint screen worth of fibers every time I dry it. Lint is mostly air. It looks thick, but it's actually a highly fluffed up three-dimensional web of microscopic fibers. Yeah, okay, that's fair. It's fiber and also hairs and stuff. If you have animals. After all is said and done, you never walk, you never run. Taking my headphones off again. We don't need that. Sheesh. Oy. Oy. Why is this happening? Why doesn't my floor mat stick to the freaking rug, dude? Yoink. Also from my own falling out from hyperstress. Yeah. No, I get that. My scalp gets itchy when I'm stressed. Yeah. Maybe you should. Excuse me. You got the touch, you got the power. You got the touch, you got the power. I don't know who Kavinsky is, but rest in peace. Or don't. I don't know. So this was worse. I have never heard that song in my life, I am sorry to say. Oh, that breeze is nice. Maybe. I also didn't know like the name of Darude Sandstorm for a few decades, so it could just mean that I'm an out of touch boomer. I do remember. Yeah. You weren't there, man. That was one of the OG internet trolls. So when somebody said, "Hey, what song is this? I've never heard this song before." No matter the song, somebody else would say it was Darude Sandstorm. Early internet was definitely a time to be alive, bro. When you go onto YouTube and the first video is like how to get Arceus in Pokemon, and it's a Rickroll, and the second video is like a Newgrounds imported Flash animation about like Link, except he's gay. That's the funniest thing I can think of in the year of our Lord 2006. Or Oxhorn Short Shorts. Your Favorite Martian. Dude, I watched Your Favorite Martian like 12 times in a row whenever they came out. I've heard, was it Homestar Running or something? I've heard that's a thing. No, I'm talking earlier than you were alive, my dude. Nothing against you, of course, but I'm talking when I was in elementary school. The kind of shit I would look up on the computer after school. Because YouTube launched in 2005. I think I was on there in 2005. Here, let's take a little tour. Yeah, and Strong Bed. What are some tropes of mid-2000s internet pop culture? Just Google it, I guess. Can't go wrong with Google, am I right? This would do 50 damage? Not enough. This would do... Random XD humor, absurdity, non sequiturs, I can has cheeseburger, rar XD. Do you like waffles? Yeah, I like waffles. Fucking Flipnote Studio, dude. Me pulling out my DSi to look at Flipnote Studio. I would download Flipnotes. I'm pretty sure, I'm not gonna say who. I have a friend who like said that he made a Flipnote, and I'm calling bullshit on that friend. If that friend like ever sees this, I'm calling bullshit. I don't think you did. I think you were just trying to look cool. Just like fair, we all tried to look cool. Having your own homepage, and then having that shift over to MySpace when MySpace became a thing. Like, people used to have, like, a dedicated homepage that had, like... that's where they would, like, post family photos and stuff. It was basically like purchasing a Squarespace domain to be your Facebook profile. That shit was crazy. College humor back when it was actually funny. Leet speak, dude. With the uber leet hacks, dude. Hone that noob. Raffle Mao. Adobe Flash Loops. Newgrounds. Lo-fi grainy web series like Charlie the Unicorn, Salad Fingers, Shoes. What else? What was I thinking about recently that fits this list? Super Smash Brothers Brawl taunts, just Smash Brawl in general. That like everybody loved it. I'm not about to take the slander of modern internet culture that like everybody hated Brawl as soon as it came out. They didn't. They loved it. They loved that shit from day one. They said like, why would I ever go back to Melee? Brawl has Sonic, you know. Sonic being in Brawl was like the big explosion of the era. That was like, genuinely, I'm not even joking, hype moments. Sonic being revealed for Smash Brawl was more hype at the time than Steve being revealed for Ultimate. By like a margin, by a decent margin. I forgot about lip sync videos. Fucking Smosh. Smosh started with lip sync. Nigahiga. The Asian guy in California making videos as well. He was funny. This is it. This is the one. This is the one that I wanted last time. I can't take it now because it sucks. But that's what I wanted. I wanted this one. Fuck. Oh no, I didn't even want that. I thought that was the gold one. Oh, the accidental viral star, like Star Wars kid, Chocolate Rain, dude. Yeah, Ryan Higa. But there was another one, Neil Ciceriga or whatever. I forgot they were two different people. I think that guy did Potter Puppet Pals. Where, like, the joke is that, the punchline is that there's a pipe bomb, haha. And then they all explode and die. Harry Potter in general? He might have moved to Nevada. I thought he was in California because it looked like California, but I also didn't live in Arizona at the time, and now I would firmly say it looked like the Southwest. What about things from Newgrounds and Machinima? Everything explodes. Yep. Celebrity parody. Portal. When Portal came out, that was like... that was the game. Sprite animation, stick figure martial arts. That's the flip note that somebody tried to convince me they made. I'm positive they didn't. Oh, head bob. Fucking. Okay, so machinima. Do you even know what a machinima is? If I said, like, a machinima, do you know what that is at all? Is that, like, a thing? Anything TF2 humor. Okay, so you're like halfway there. I know that you're delayed, so you probably didn't, like, hear yet what I said, but that actually fits almost perfectly. So Machinima is like before Source Movie Maker or whatever. Before people use Gary's mod to make like the early versions of what Skibidi Toilet became. Sorry that I had to reference that. But before people were like making those TF2 videos, they were making them through Machinima. I think they still used Gary's mod, but they would generally like physically put the models into the map and move them around and whatever. Like, I don't really care if I get, like, I'm not monetized, so this shouldn't like matter. But let's go to YouTube. We're gonna have a very basic YouTube layout, and then also Kyla. What was I looking up? Oh yeah. Let's do Oxhorn. So basically, they would take the model of the character and they would physically like interact with it on something, on like a map. Here we go. We'll just watch the entire joy of punting gnomes. This is React content now. Wait, hold on. I'm in the way.
Tell me more about this whole X-Fire thing.
It's great. Xfire has tons of World of Warcraft Machinima movies that you can download. Just go to xfire.com, download the program for free, and you can connect and play with your friends, chat in-game, download movies, and all sorts of stuff.
I can see my house from here!
Hey, I'm kind of concerned about these video games. Do you think they really promote violence like the critics say?
Nah, that's just a myth.
No.
Wow, that one bounced a bit.
Yeah. Let's see if we can make a smiley face.
Whee!
X-Fire.
Yeah, you see what I mean? They would take the models and then they'd like actually interact with them. Sometimes they wouldn't even do that. Sometimes they would literally just play the character.
Yeah, could you
out in the world, and then this one isn't an example of it, but sometimes I would just play the character in the game. Oh yeah, trust me, that Oxford shorts are just genuinely funny. I recommend them to anybody that are that even like doesn't, what am I saying? Even people that haven't played Warcraft, they should go watch Oxhorn. Peak content. The entire Inventing Swear Words series is just excellent. It was just better days, IMO. Maybe not better than, like... It's more convenient now. Tech is better and whatever, but the real problem started with the move to... Technically MySpace, but we're gonna cut it off at Facebook, because people were still doing their own stuff on MySpace. But when Facebook started centralizing everything into one platform... Suddenly, you're not going to internet forums to talk about, you're not going to the Blizzard forum to talk about World of Warcraft. You're not going to GameFAQs to ask about, like, game strategy guides. You're not going to... what are some other ones that I went to? I mean, this is where image boards came up, so, like, early 4chan, but I was never on there. But, like, if you wanted to go to these... Or if you wanted to talk about, say, Sonic, you would go to the Sonic forums. Or you'd go to the Sonic subforum of GameFAQs. But now you would just go to Facebook. Or at least in that period, you would just go to Facebook. And so, like, Facebook, once they started adding games and stuff and, like, centralizing everything onto Facebook, it's sort of, like, decentralized, like, the ability to... know exactly what you were talking about when you were talking about it. And so, like, the idea of meeting up with somebody you met on the internet kind of died, paradoxically, because now you weren't meeting somebody on the internet, you were just meeting people. Like, the internet was just a second real life as opposed to its own entity. But the excuse me, I can't talk today. The thing I really don't like about like modern internet compared to how it was back then really is like you have to get everything fed to you by an algorithm. Like, you are told by Twitter what they think you will like, or by YouTube what they think you will like. They didn't have scrolling algorithms back then. The scrolling algorithm is the problem with the heckin' internet. And I will die on that hill any day of the week. That was easy. So, like, yeah, it's convenient to have everything all in one place. But also, like, you can't, unless you're looking at somebody's profile, you can't, like, create a single place for, and especially for discussion. Discussion is just wrong, or gone, in this sense. But, like, there's no place that you can, on Twitter, for example, just know that all the content you're going to get is only related to Sonic unless it's somebody's profile. Do you really want to go to somebody's profile who's apparently enough of a Sonic fan that they only talk about Sonic? No, you'd probably instead go to the Sonic, like, actual profile, the actual Sonic profile, the main account, or whatever they call it. But then that comes with its own problems, because now you're only getting it from one source instead of a myriad of sources, or from a myriad of people. So, like, forum culture has been dead for decades, which just really sucks. And this is kind of a I was born in the wrong generation moment, because this stuff is what like teenagers and adults were doing when I was in elementary school. So I didn't understand that I was missing out until, honestly, pretty recently. I didn't understand that there was even something to miss out on until I pulled up a GameFAQs in, like, 2019. This was the first, like, realization that I had that nobody uses internet forums anymore. It's because I was on GameFAQs for some reason in 2019. I think I was looking at, like, where to find certain items in Pokemon, in a Pokemon game or something. In fact, here's something interesting. If you really think about it, you don't even have to squint your eyes. If you just really think about it, the first social media was MMORPGs. You would usually have a guild or a clan, and you would chat with people, and you'd get to know them, and, like, that was the first, like, real social media, was an MMORPG. Like, your World of Warcraft guild knew each other better than anybody in any guild today. They would just yap in guild chat for hours and hours, and I know this because I was in a guild. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. GameFAQs was so much fun. That's where you went for, like, everything. Is this worth taking a second? No, you never need a second. I'll take a Gather Light, that's always good. Glow is fine, a little bad sometimes. I don't want a second one. Terraforming's actually good, because it increases all of the damage on all of the stars. Like, sometimes I'd wish I was just, like, 5 years older so that I could actually experience old internet when it was, like, current. Back when it was current content, you know? Why did I upgrade a strike? Don't ask. Definitely intended. Now, there is a non-zero chance I can just one-shot this sandworm. And that will come from getting a lot of stars. Yeah, put me down as GameFAQs #1 fan in the year of our Lord 2026. Okay. So I do this, and this. Do I even need... How much is this? 7 times 24 is, I think, more than 183. Let's find out. It's 168. I think I'm fine to just do this. Nice. I'm not creating anything right now, so that's not worth it. I'll take a bombardment, because if I can get it off early, it's good. Not really good. Maybe... Let's just go for it, man. We want the absolute latest possible shop. Because that's the last time you can buy anything with gold, and anything past that, any gold that you earn past that is a waste. I don't know, GameFAQs is the only one I can think of in, like, current year. It's damage I didn't need to take. If I don't draw lethal here... Or a way to block it all. I didn't. Okay, so we're gonna reset this. And very easily, gigantification potion. It ain't too hard. We just do this and this. And then turn. We might actually just be fine. Easy peasy. I think if I get another gigantification potion, we hold on to both. Never use any potion in combat. And go all the way to the bosses with them. Use one on each boss. And I think that that's the strat. I think we need like a patter for safety. I kind of miss when these guys were two. I think I preferred that combat. From the gun guy? I don't... Sorry, who? What were we talking about? I'm completely lost. Okay. What, like having Pumalo interact with stuff you know about? I'm lost, man. I'm sorry. Basically that, yeah, okay. I see, I see. What is 5 times 17? It's 85, not worth it. This combat was doable earlier, I just didn't want to, but now I have to. So we, that. One. That's not really worth it, but... It would be either Royal Gamble or other Royal Gamble, or the solo is kind of useless though. Okay. Elite Combat. It's the easiest one, so that's at least good. I think I have to colorless potion though. Right. You found the Kyla GIF post? Oh. You don't have her on, I have her as, like, what's it called? When you, my brain isn't braining, I'm sorry. I have her as notifications. I have her notifications on. That's what I'm trying to say. Holy shit, I can't speak English today. I guess I just take 45. Ouch. I only have hers on. Is there a way to do this combat better? I think with that I'm done for the day. I wanted to maybe hold out, see if Kylo would join, but I don't know. Oh, should I? I don't mind holding out to see if she shows up, but also I do have to go do stuff in... In fact, I have to kind of leave now, so I think I'm just going to leave now. I'm going to subject you to the noises of Warcraft while I go through my exit screen. By the way, Vanilla World of Warcraft, best RPG in existence, hands down, don't at me. Bye.